Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write a game automation app called Automat. The game is composed of many pieces, like Lego bricks, that you can combine and make them do work. There are some objects here, objects, I should call them pieces or parts, that can manipulate other objects. The pieces can talk with each other. They can do stuff like window capture. They can record mouse traces. Those mouse traces can be replayed. Yeah. So now the mouse moves by itself. I'm not doing anything now. We have some objects that can recognize text. So if I reconnect this window capture here, I could maybe recognize some of this text. Shouldn't do it like that. So you can see it is doing some text recognition here. The objects are rather easy to kind of arrange together. You just connect them with those cables. And that makes them do stuff. And recently, we've been working on fixing bugs so that it doesn't crash as much, because this is going to be okay, this can be downloaded from GitHub. This is actually a free utility program. You can get this and play with this yourself. But even though it's free, it's still coming to Steam, because Steam is a nice place where kind of gamers look for games and game utilities. The plan is that around the end of the year, I want to make this available on Steam. But for this to be usable by people, it needs to be bug-free. So we are working hard on resolving all issues, all crashes in particular. Crashes are the worst. And actually, all of them seem to be fixed. So as it stands right now, Automat should be pretty much crash-free. There are still bugs, of course, but I know of no things that would cause it to crash. At least no simple, obvious actions that you would do in this interface that would cause a crash. The only one which was a problem, until last stream that was this one. So when I was zooming in too closely in here, the rendering library that we are using was, when it was drawing this rounded rectangle, it was using some very optimized functions to do this, but in one of those functions, especially the one for rendering rounded rectangles, they forgot to check for the size of the texture. So when I was zoomed in very closely, it was allocating multi-gigabyte texture. It was, yeah, something terrible. So it was causing a crash. Anyway. So we had this effect which kicks in at this zoom level, and when I zoom in a little bit more closely, it basically stops rendering the actual background. I guess now it's no longer being rendered. Now we are in this quantum realm. From here we can zoom in, and eventually it switches through different animations. And this effect is actually not programmed in. This is actually a problem of just too high zoom. When we zoom in too closely, it just goes crazy. But this is a nice kind of ending. There is a level below which, if I go there, I cannot unzoom. Now I should still be able to unzoom. Unzoom. Yes, it still went back. But if I zoom in and in and in and in, I think when it switches from white to gray, if I keep zooming, eventually, yeah, this happens. And I think at this point, I guess it's impossible for me to go back. Oh no, actually no, it should go back. Yeah, we did unzoom properly. But this eye went crazy. Anyway, this quantum realm effect is a little bit crude, I would say. I don't like how it kicks in. It's like the TV is getting noisy and we are seeing some interference. So I want to change this entering animation. And there are some glitches with this effect. For example, on the object boundaries, you can start seeing this black border. So
as 989,072 says,
Morning, Steve Jobs Shirtwad.
yeah, I like it. It's good for winter. Okay. And so about the effects, I was considering a couple options here. Option 1 is to break object into hexes, and those hexes will come apart, and as we are zooming in, the quantum realm is not going to be alpha faded, it's going to be revealed from behind those bricks. So objects break apart into bricks. Into hexes. Both bricks and hexes are easy because they are mathematically very simple. So if we know the screen position and the zoom level, we can figure out that, hey, this brick should actually be taking the texture from this part of the canvas. So there is that. There's one option which I would actually prefer. I would prefer if this would break into some kind of more organic shape. The nicest, I think, would be if the objects could break into pieces of paper, islands, like if you would tear this screen into uneven regions, that would be the best. And I guess we will not be playing in Automat with this effect, we will probably be playing in Shader Toy. So I think those pieces of paper I think this should be possible, we will see. If it's not possible, I think there is a slight modification of this. We can break them apart into something that looks like a Voronoi diagram. Yeah. So based on something like this, those pieces will be uneven. I think if in a shader we have those things are actually doable procedurally, because if you position those points not completely randomly, but if you have like a grid, and within each grid you have a center point, then this Voronoi diagram can be actually computed rather fast. Because first you find which grid you belong to, and you check the 9 neighboring points. Based on them, you pick which one you render, and so on and so on. So it is possible to do it something like that. I think that would be very cool. And I think if we add some noise to the edge, it would be possible to, should be possible to create this nice effect. So, okay, those are some of the options. There is more. I was looking at some kind of art albums yesterday and trying to pick ideas. Another idea, kind of random, is to create a sort of drapes effect where when you zoom in, you suddenly see that the screen breaks into like two halves, and there are drapes which are kind of opening to the sides. Another idea was to divide screen into many vertical stripes, wavy vertical stripes, and those vertical stripes could also break apart. And the camera kind of flies through between the stripes. Okay, so those are the ideas. I think the most important... Okay, it would be nice if I knew how it's going to come out, because then it would be easier to decide between them. All of those options, they have this property that, like, the most important thing is that not all of effects are possible in a shader. What needs to happen is that I need to be able to create a mapping from a screen position while zooming to a texture position. So those are just the simple effects that should be possible with this. We'd also have some kind of smooth deform, but this smooth deform would, I mean, continuous deform, because those ideas here, they are pretty much discrete. The texture breaks apart and you can fly in. There are also options which would deform this texture, so we are zooming in. This is actually interesting. You can see that we're actually rendering this pattern twice. This is another thing we should fix. I think Voronoi mosaic will be nicest. Let's try with that. shut this down. Switch to shader toy. No, if anyone. I will put the texture here. It's London. Okay. Do I sample texture? Eval? No, there is no eval. Sampler 2D. Texture. Okay. So we can draw the texture using the UV, screen UV. Should this texture be stretched like that? I'm not sure. Let's try with a video. Video is going to be nicer. Something wrong with this video sampling. It's not a video texture. It doesn't seem to work. SoundCloud. That's nice. We can play any music. So this... Actually, no. Let me enter the dimensions of this video. 352. Refresh. It's about JavaScript. Drag it very slowly. Okay. This is stretching the aspect ratio. Maybe I should reverse this. Yeah. And maybe I should do some centering. Use something like that. So we have fragment chord. I need to center it. Is it centered? I don't think it is. I will get rid of this. Okay, I think this UV... it's probably important. I think this will behave differently depending on whether X or Y are larger. Okay. Centering. How wide is the screen? Is this wide? So this multiplication and addition. Okay, now we are good. This is properly centered, properly scaled thing now. And I can do this fraction so that we have a repeating pattern on screen. Nice. So, what do we do now? We take the position on screen and we need to divide the screen into a grid. This grid isn't entirely rectangular. It's a problem. That's fine. So this is a texture UV. And we should probably also have a rectangular UV. Okay, so based on this UV square, actually this should not be a mod, this should be a floor. Yeah. And this goes into negative values here. We cannot see them, unfortunately, and into higher than 1. They are there, they are just not rendered because the channel can only go from 0 to 1. If I do this by, for example, 15, or like 15, we will see them. Maybe so we have grid stretching throughout the whole screen. So within each grid cell, we will put a random point. Actually, I think one of our shaders... Yeah, there was this function here. A nice function to have. Requires hash free. We need tau and pi. And also hash 2. So see, this is taking this floor. So essentially this. So this can be Voronoi.
Trainman 4030T says,
YouTube thinks this is a TTS stream. Is this TTS?
Yep.
Oh, it is.
It's 100% TTS. With the one reservation, I have the power to silence you if you abuse this. Doesn't make much sense. Voronoi cannot convert from float to high P. Voronoi returns two-dimensional value. Okay.
I guess YouTube is right for once.
Hello, Pajekalak. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English.
Yep. There is another limitation for the TTS system. It will refuse to speak Polish. I am Polish, but for inclusivity, I don't speak it on stream.
Trainman 4530 says,
Because I always find these streams saying they are TTS, but they are not.
It is a big risk because it's mostly a risk for larger streamers. YouTube is full of most audience on YouTube are kids, so even if you have a programming stream, it's still going to be mostly visited by people who are just starting learning to program, and lots of them just screw around, do stuff that can be annoying. Doesn't happen for me. I do everything I can to keep my channel small, so it's mostly limited to people who... And also the type of content here. It's not commentary. It's usually just coding.
CP Chica says,
Most of the ads on YouTube are illegal.
Trainman45 and 38 Eat says,
Is that your girlfriend in that video on the screen? In the video playing?
You're moving this too fast.
The one dancing.
Yeah. I guess she's not in mainstream anymore. I actually never was a fan of Britney Spears. Okay, why is this Voronoi not taking my... Voronoi. UV square, this vec2 times 10.
Also, do you know why my Windows XP is not working? Cannot update.
CP Chica says,
I like Spears, but not Britney.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. Is it possible to go from Windows XP to the most recent Windows 11 using the Windows update? Because it is possible to, if you have a disk for the newer version of Windows, to kind of migrate your older stuff.
Trainman4500 3080 says,
I'm on Windows XP currently.
That's bold. Okay. This stuff is... It totally doesn't make sense. Voronoi. Voronoi. Oh god.
CP Chica says,
The key work should work too.
I'm not sure what this Voronoi is doing. Oh, it's actually doing something more. So it's going through all of the grid cells.
Trainman4530 says,
My PC was originally Windows 2000.
CP Chica says,
My mom's PC still uses same key since '98.
Oh, it's even using time to shift those around. Nice, nice. So if you look at this, you will see that each of those points, if you follow its movement, it doesn't actually move just anywhere. It oscillates within a single rectangular box. So each of those points is actually contained in a box. It's not obvious, but when you know this trick, this is basically what makes this Voronoi shape possible to render in a shader. Because if you have a particle, the space occupied by this particle is not unbounded. It doesn't travel through the whole screen. You know that the particle is always contained to its original grid cell. And other particles in neighboring grid cells, they also move, but they don't move too far. So any point on screen, if you want to find the closest particle, which is the point of the Voronoi diagram, you just need to check the nine neighbors of the current grid cell. And that tells you, basically, it allows you to draw this pretty graph. And I see that here in the X channel, we have the distance from the origin. And
Man 4538E says,
Are you using Windows? Comment unable to load.
it's not Windows, come on. I mean, I also do use Windows. Actually, my streaming machine is on Windows. Windows has the advantage of having drivers for everything. Okay, this value here, we don't really need this hash2. What I would really like,
What are you trying to do? Hacking.
let's remove MR. Okay, this is much nicer. And actually, I think okay. MR, maybe this is what I need. So the point of this shader here is when I am zooming in Automat, we have a ton of effects here. One of the effects is actually meant to hide the bug. So when I zoom in too closely, I want the screen to break apart into chunks. Those chunks should fly apart. And we should be able to, the camera should be able to zoom in between the chunks and show what's kind of behind. And right now the effect is kind of meh. It's could be better, could be better. And we are going to do this using this Voronoi thingy. So when I choose a scale here, I think this UV square has 0 right here. So if I change this, for example, to sin I time, yeah, it's going to zoom around this point. But I guess I could actually change this by just moving this +5. So we want to have a zoom effect that's going to be zooming in and out. Let's actually call this scale.
Somehow my message hasn't gone though. Must be TTS delay.
Maybe. If you hear subsequent messages, then I don't know. Okay, so the point is, for those grid cells, Voronoi cells, is to have them kind of fly apart. So one thing that I could do is I could draw this texture I think I would need to find the center. I think this other channel of the Voronoi is the key. And this is totally wrong, because this is random noise. This should not be random noise. This should be... It's R, G. Okay, this is probably because of this scene time. I guess if I remove it... It's still not working. I'll be right back in a minute. Okay. So this second channel of the Voronoi function, it shouldn't return random noise. It should return coordinates of the cell where we are. Those are the those coordinates. This is N. Okay, this should be MO, not MR. No, this should be N plus G. Okay. This is what we wanted. We'll change this to vec3. And let's put cell.x. So why can I do this? Oh. So now we can have YZ. We have pretty much coordinates. I can divide this by 10 maybe. So we have coordinates of the Voronoi cell where we came from. Now, and the stuff that we're coding here is just a small fragment of the whole shader. But maybe I will do one more thing. I will change the order of arguments of components. Yeah, it's doing the same thing. I want to have XY coordinates of this cell returned in here. So red increases horizontally, green increases vertically. And as the zoom progresses, I will do one more variable. This is going to be this. Let's say from 0.1. I am going to check if grid.z, because z is at distance, okay, so we have something like that. But this is actually looking even better than I expected. And there is one more thing. When we are looking up this texture, we shouldn't use just UV. We should use UV multiplied. Multiplied by scale. Okay, when zoom is 0.1, Be divided by scale? I don't know. No, it has to be multiplied by scale. This is what I want. So we have our initial object and we are kind of zooming in. So we can break everything into tiny circles. It's kind of nice.
Sefabook says,
Hey, everyone.
Hey. The circles are too round. I think if we make them a little bit more jagged, would be probably nicer. Probably change this to some texture. Something that doesn't move. I go back to Brittany. Okay, so this pattern here, this is going to be the quantum realm. This gray space. So we can take a texture and we can break it apart. Something weird happens here, but... yeah, this reflection is not good. Okay, now it's better. I think those circles, they should be... They should be getting larger. Let's change this to 0 to 1. This is actually a pretty nice effect, especially as we get very, very close. Yeah. The circles are getting larger as we zoom in. And they escape. Okay, jagged edges. We have hash 2. I need a single value hash as well. Actually, I don't. Use this hash free. No, this is something different. Let's keep this as hash free xy. What I need, again, copying this function. I need to get the distance. Okay, this is this r, this is the distance. It's hash 2 of r, and that should make this noisy. Okay, so it is noisy. Little too noisy, maybe. Yep. Sorry. Okay, and we are back. A new shouldn't be hashed through. Something like that. This is not exactly what I wanted. It shouldn't be hash, it should be FBM, I think. I think one of those shaders had this function. Smooth noise, yes. Is the problem. Needs to come after. Okay, now I just need to increase the frequency of this. We're getting some fancy effects. I'm not sure why they are getting so jaggy at the end. Should be all fixable. Should probably save this just in case. I think this one was more interesting. Something like that. Okay, let's take this function. This FBM should be better than theirs. I need to get rid of this noise here. Five here. Very strange implementation. It should not use sign functions.
TP Chica says,
It's getting cold in my room. Let me compile Linux kernel.
It works. Blender is also good. This one looks a lot better. This one looks a lot better.
Running IA models is also good.
Can confirm, yeah. My heater is at 0. Very warm. Oh yeah, now it's better. This is kind of what I wanted to have. Finally. So this breaks apart, and each of the islands we are having there is still attached to the original texture. Zooming in, we can enter this space behind. Yeah, this is what I'm going for. There is one way to improve it, and it's to add some form of 3D effect here. Am I using hash anything? I'm not. Let's use this as our hash too.
If 408034 says,
Glad to see you're finally getting more viewers on YouTube. Good day!
Hey. Ah, that's nice to hear. I don't have a viewer counter, so not sure what's happening on YouTube. That's good to hear, though. Okay. Instead of random, let's use this hash tool. Still works. So now we have this zooming effect where the picture breaks into multiple particles and the particles are jagged. They look like... My intention was to make it look like pieces of paper which are being torn apart. It's not quite that. It seems like they are burning or something like that. So maybe I could tweak this by removing this. Anyway, there is one more thing that could be done, and it's that if we fall into this path, I could repeat this process. I could do grid equals maybe I'll do this differently. If so I'm repeating basically those two top lines, but I will change the scale a little bit. It's not doing much. Let's do it like that. So the point is, if we are evaluating a pixel, so if we don't hit the texture, if we are in this else block, to repeat this at a slightly different scale, and then do all of this. Maybe I could put this in a function. Now I will just copy this over. Hmm. So there was this graffiti. I can find the graffiti in a book, but the idea with this graffiti was that there were multiple kind of holes like that, and they were creating a tunnel that was kind of going to infinity. I think we could...
Talk Death just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I think we could do something like this. And actually possibly... Wait a moment, yeah, we should be able to do this in a much cheaper way.
Schön.
Hello, Mr. Shader Wizard.
Hey. Did TTS pronounce Japanese just now? Okay, so I was trying to... So this grid Z and zoom, this is what we are using to distinguish between surface where we draw the texture and surface where we draw the background. And it's possible to turn this distance into like a stepwise function. So we could create multiple layers of background, slightly different zoom levels, but it wouldn't be the same effect I wanted to have. I think what we should do, it's instead of grid Z, let's have two grids. Definitely, if this is supposed to work, we definitely need a front grid and a back grid. If we hit this, then okay, render that shortly. Otherwise, increase the scale a little bit, probably less than that. Compute this. I will refactor this code because it shouldn't look like that. We'll do the same check. No matching overload. Right? Breezy. Okay, this needs a dot. It's just a very weird. Okay, let's do the simple thing first. In the background behind the pieces of, I don't know, paper, those burning fragments of texture, you want to have a gray background. It could be a checkerboard, whatever. Let's put a gray background here. It should be possible to do this thing here. I want to see what do I have in this channel. Pure black. Okay. This should be one. Yeah. Okay, now I can bring back the previous mode. The issue is that this should be a different grid. Being grid free, okay. Okay, so now we have two layers of like of this background. And we have some kind of pseudo 3D effect. Was it worth it? I'm thinking of performance, so Exploratory function is a little bit expensive. I have to say that. And it's calling this FBM.
What are the perf constraints?
It's hard for me to say because it should run on like average computer at real time. This shader is actually going to be used when we zoom in very closely, and is going to take over all of the rendering on screen. So nothing else is rendering when we are here. It's not running in parallel with other shaders. So this is how it looks right now. I have some canvas, with some parts thrown around. When I'm zooming in, the point is that this shader takes over and it breaks apart the screen, and I can kind of zoom in and see this kind of world of just some random visualization.
How expensive is Voronoi compared to something like OpenSimplex?
Not familiar with OpenSimplex. OpenSimplex is, I guess, some kind of simplex noise implementation. Just guessing from the name. This is a shader, so it's fully executed on the GPU. I don't know. I guess I will maybe leave a comment that this can be tweaked. One thing that is very surprising to me is that, okay, it almost felt like there were no grid artifacts. They are. Still.
It is. The standard simplex has some patent issues. OpenSimplex is basically the modern, patent-free version. There's a version of it that's optimized for 2D as well.
Check this out, sounds cool. Okay. Those Wikipedia terms are just nonsense. This is how it looks when somebody tries to... This mambo-jumbo explanation, where somebody tries to obfuscate what it actually is. Simplex noise doesn't start with a hypercubic honeycomb. It starts with a grid, and that grid is slightly twisted, skewed to create a hex-like pattern. It's using a different primitive. It was actually one of the main features of simplex, that because it's using simplexes as a grid, it's invariant. I mean, it behaves similarly if you rotate it in funny ways.
For my game, I'm doing 3 samples of OpenSimplex for each pixel. My crappy laptop is not even struggling even running that on full screen.
Nice. Yeah. I guess I'm still used to performance of computers from a decade ago. It's good to know. I had no idea that simplex noise is patented. It's such a simple thing. Okay, I want to do one more thing. There is some repetition here. I want to maybe reorganize the code so that it's not here.
URL.
Here's the noise in GLSL.
It's over. I see no trigonometric functions, and that's a plus. Like the first implementation that I found by just randomly looking online actually had some sine and cosine. There's a lot of those modulo functions. I know that modulo is kind of... yeah. It's a good one, thanks. I will start this so that I don't lose it. This noise function, it's called the lot. Yes, it's necessary. Anyway, in a couple of years, I will ask AI to optimize this, and AI will do this for me.
TP Chica says,
Quick question. How do you hook up LM Studio's server to Zed? I'm kinda out of usage token for next 2 hours.
Actually did manage to do this.
U9.
I just recently got into playing with this kind of stuff. Glad we each saw something new today. Never tried Voronoi before.
Yeah, Voronoi is very... it's like, shaders are... it's just a collection of tricks, really. There should be like books or like magazines with shading tricks. One great thing I found some time ago is if you're on YouTube, you can try searching for something called Shader Showdown. Yeah, and just check some of those events. You can kind of scroll through them and pause and see what people are writing. So many tricks there. I'm bad at remembering them, but So it's technically it's a contest, I think, shader showdown, where a couple of people sit down and they implement a shader on stage in real time. They usually come with some ideas prepared, but they also do improvise to some degree because the music's slightly different, and even when they are finished implementing their base shader, sometimes they mess up something and something doesn't work, so they have to fix it, or they want to adjust to the whatever they are doing.
CP Chica says,
Found LM studio entry in providers column.
Yuan says,
That looks cool. I'll follow those channels.
Actually, don't remember where it was. I think you need to start a new text thread. Yeah, LLM not configured. There is this LM Studio. I think if you start local LM Studio instance, maybe that will pick this up automatically. Because for me, it kind of just worked. But they're so bad, local models for coding. Barely, you can barely invoke shell commands, and I wouldn't allow them any permissions.
CP Chica says,
They are good at reading logs and emails.
Yep.
Ushas,
They're also great at just vomiting some basic math for you. I can never remember my trigonometry.
That's true. And one of the free ones is DeepSeek, and that one is particularly good at math. Very true, yeah.
CP Chica says,
Is it local model if I'm working off my laptop, but models are running on my PC?
That's a good question. You are your own administrator. Okay, this is looking decently.
Unsolved question of cheese. Is it local if on different PC, on same network?
This 5 should probably be changed to 15. How do I clean up this implementation? could maybe have a function which will get kind of functions with those out parameters. Okay, this works.
Oh, yeah. My chess engine got a huge update.
So what's the new thing that it can do?
Can it play checkers now?
CP Chica says,
Player ability choosing dot.
It's not a normal chess. What abilities are there?
Finding elements.
Queen on e7. Pawn casts fireball.
There are chess variants where you have figures such as dragon or some other like magical beasts. Chess extensions. I've seen them on YouTube. Never played them.
CP Chica says,
Talented kid, Kasparov, Hikaru, Magnus, Drunk Magnus, Bukesh, Rontose.
This sounds like the difficulty levels, do they? Oh.
Also, it can play dice chess now.
Dice chess are cool. It's like one of the few chess variants where I can actually win with somebody. Thanks to the randomness, obviously.
Want to test my engine?
Why not? It can connect to some chess.com game, right? If I remember correctly. And play like that.
The chess API.
move all of this mess into a function that I will be able to reuse in other shaders. And so that it works properly with textures, with funny sizes. I need to pass UV.
URL.
Nice save. Up. Yep. Give me a sec. Need to make sure this is saved.
My engine is playing black.
What can happen here? This can escape rather easily. I don't like.
You are a queen up, basically. Why is my engine thinking?
It shouldn't think.
Hi, that's how you saw.
Don't think, just do. Vibes, engines.
Just when I was going to. Do something.
TP Chica says,
My engine was arguing castling queenside was better in long term.
I think I have more pieces attacking. Is indeed a problem. Maybe let's do it like that. Ouch. Yeah, no other way. We need to move those pieces out. Sorry. What is he going to do here? Let's think about this. I don't want to sacrifice anything. I will. can choose where to attack. What's going on? Oh, it's a stalemate. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it happens.
Rook 12.
I guess, yeah, gaze tracker is still active, so I guess you can see where I'm looking, right? So you can probably also see what I'm thinking when I'm playing chess. Gaze trackers are kind of creepy. One thing I noticed when I actually don't see the gaze tracking overlay myself, but when I saw it once, it was the creepiest thing about this is that your eyes can move to some place before you even think about something. And also, when your eyes are moving, there is something in your brain that switches off the seeing. So literally when the eyeball is moving, the sight is blocked. So when you look somewhere, the gaze tracker is already there, kind of waiting for you. It moved there kind of like before you thought about looking at something. It's something that has to be experienced. So for this to work properly, I think I need I need two different functions. Let's call this quantum realm.
My engine is arguing when it made a queen you should have made queen yourself, because it either had to give up its queen to not get checkmated, or you it to move its queen in place, which makes you knight active.
Yeah. Activating pieces is... I think I've spent like 3 moves just moving pieces back from the second row. I mean, from the first row.
I mean, you can have full army against king, but pieces errant active, you got nothing.
Yeah. Actually, I think I can get rid of UV pretty much from here. Because UV is only relevant for the macro realm. And this UV correction here. Here we're going to do return texture UV. has this fractal chord function. What do I want to return? Return macroreal. Probably better way to write this formula here, but I don't want to change too many things, because that will bite me back. Okay, it still works. Incredible. Use the number of octaves maybe. Let's leave 3. 5. About 10. I think 6 is the sweet spot. 6 it behaves nicely. So here's how it works. In this main shader, I am only computing the zoom level, calling enter quantum, and if the zoom is low enough, I will just call this macro realm. So this is a function that computes just the texture value. And escapes, I will do this phantom realm. And I can actually pass whatever I want here. I wonder what will happen if I decrease this. think I just broke this here. This should have been 0, 0. No, it's still broken. So the only two parameters to this function are coordinate and zoom. And zoom 1, this is what we are getting. See how this looks on a texture. Okay. Reasonable. And the screen shouldn't get black when we get too close. It should actually get completely switch to this nice pattern. And it's black. Let's do this for now, see how this looks when we animate it. So the image is complete, the image breaks apart. As this value gets smaller, zoom approaches 0. We're getting larger and larger clouds. Hmm. Okay, this seems to work. We can lower this probably like 10. guess it should be good.
Yes.
$90 on my latest itch. EAO pixel art shopping spree.
You're making some game? The one with open simplex, I guess.
There better be some icons in here I can use.
Humble Bundle sometimes has a nice sale. They do make some sales with game assets from time to time. Software maybe? I don't know. Yeah. 2D and audio. Could use that. Okay. We have our shader. Let's try to merge this with whatever we have right now in here.
Finally getting around to building a game idea I've had on my mind for a while. I barely got the basic setup and graphics sorted now.
I accidentally deleted very important stuff, but it was in the undo history. Phew.
Now I have to do the actual game, but don't want to get bogged down for another 200 hours doing pixel art first. So bought assets it is for now.
Okay, I am going to call this thing here Quantum Realm. So this should match this function from here. Actually, yeah.
It's a browser game, so I can quickly show off what I have for now. Hopefully it works low.
Oh, that's nice. Actually using the web. So many people use web just because it's a nice development platform, but not really using any online features. I paste whatever I had. I will get rid of this quantum realm thingy. Those things I will move up top. Okay, I have new hash2 function. This one can go away. Hash3 I have here. Noise. Yeah, there is noise here. They're actually very similar. It's like it's the same function. Right, almost. This line is missing. It's you. Maybe it's just here. Anyway.
Code 4 says,
What's going on that stream? and why there are 5 viewers to watch by.
Who knows?
Ken, thou says,
No game yet, but you can look at pretty planets and stars already. Multiplayer also already works, so we can see each other if we happen to spawn at the same star. Just hit 5 until you see another guy.
Yeah, waiting for the link.
URL.
Basically the same function.
Tab 4 says,
What does quantum realm mean?
I can do a quick, maybe, bit of what we're doing. So there was a Marvel movie about Ant-Man who can enter this very small realm of very small things. And I actually haven't seen that movie. I just heard about this. But there is a bug in Automat which triggers when we zoom in too closely. So there is a piece of code in my graphics, I mean not my graphics library, the graphics library that I'm using, which tries to allocate just massive textures in very specific case. When I'm drawing a rounded rectangle, which is slightly blurry. And this is what I'm doing here, for shadows, for lots of things. So this object looks like a very boring object, but when I zoom in too closely, this is allocating gigabytes of video memory. So there is an effect to hide this bug. Oh yeah, it was actually triggered. I mean, when I zoom in too closely, the point is to hide the actual object, which is being rendered there, and replace it with a nice shader that shows zooming animation.
Move by holding right mouse button or WASD or clicking where you want to go.
Pipson says,
Where are you living right now?
I am in Poland. Yeah, let me change the keyboard layout. Okay, now I can move. Yo. It's really nice. This is WebGL, I guess, right? Oh, and shadows.
he says,
You can zoom too.
Tab 4 says,
Really? I'm from Poland, actually.
and Malka says,
That's Webble, yeah, Pixie Jace.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Those reflections. Is this a 3D model, or is this a 2D plane with a fancy shader that does the ray kind of?
I rolled the whole lighting myself. That planet is just a quad with a shader.
Sweet. Yeah, this is the way it should be done. Nice. Yeah, this is impressive. I guess the sun is also... I know this is ray marching because there is a very, very specific artifact with ray marching when things they change the shape in this blobby-like fashion. And it only happens if you have a fixed iteration number and you have to kind of stop stop the iteration at some point. Depending where the ray kind of hit close to the star or maybe just past it, and produce this effect. It looks super nice.
Press 5 to be teleported to other stars, but they only differ in color.
Some yellow, purple. I see two colors. Let me find a planet around here. Also, props for the penumbra shadow calculation. Is this also done by a shader?
Yeah, the shadow is also a shader. Took me forever.
It's looking really nice.
The atmosphere around the planets is done with its own atmosphere fog volume as well. It's not just drawn on. If you look closely, you can see the atmosphere has its own shadow and a different color based on what light it blocks.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the shadow. There is a very subtle yellowish tint here. And this is... You don't get this if you just do alpha-based shadow, where you have like a black and you fade to normal color. There is some color magic happening here. Nice. Really nice.
The most painful thing about the planets was mapping the UVs.
But once you do this, it's, you know, it's a perfect mathematical mapping, so it's as if you had infinite number of triangles here. Like, infinite. As many as there are pixels, basically. Reflection, everything. I also see, do you have multiple maps, like diffuse and specular? Because I saw, I think, on the land, I think there was no reflection.
It was so hard and is full of special cases for the poles.
Yeah. There is different specular also for the land and water.
Yeah. The planet has another texture that specifies material properties.
So what kind of game is it going to be? It reminds me a little bit of Silver Surfer and Galactus, this kind of universe. Because Galactus was like kind of a huge dude who was like flying to planets and causing trouble for the local population.
You're a mage in space. You fly around capturing planets so they produce mana for you. Then you blast other players with spells. That's the basic rundown.
Looks cool. Very responsive. I mean, actually there is something about movement that's not quite responsive. Because the character is a little bit... There is some inertia, right? It's clearly deliberate here. Because you don't have this kind of effect accidentally. Are these stars moving? They are.
Planets can die, and they will if you draw too much mana. Pretty much guaranteed to kill some planets if you're in PvP. If you run out of mana, you die. Last player standing wins the round. All planets probably gonna be dead at that point.
How do I get from one star to another? Except F5. I know F5 works. Okay. Some random, totally forgotten planet. Which is actually casting a nicer shadow because there is no star around.
You can find other stars. They're arranged in a circle in the playable area.
Oh, I think there is a star somewhere here. Yeah, there we go. And is it running from your home machine? Because you're using ngrok, so this is a reverse proxy to your machine, right?
But I didn't bound the playable area yet, so there's a chance you just fly off into nowhere. That's from my home machine, yeah?
And the network is all WebSockets.
It's just a basic WebSocket for now. Look
Yeah.
at the background fog shader too.
I guess this is the open noise library. I saw these stars, I think the stars are moving. Those tiny dots in the background. Very subtly.
The particles and everything in it move, but it's very subtle.
And there's a cool trick I found some time ago. So if you have a fog like that, you can create this illusion of movement if you... So when you have a noise, you use a noise to sample your... to displace position that you use for sampling your original noise. I don't remember what it was called. Change the keyboard layout. Maybe this. No. That's not it. Or maybe that was domain warping. I think, I mean, looking at this, one thing that reminds me of is the, when you have those high accuracy photographs of Sun or Jupiter, this is how the atmosphere often looks like. It has this turbulent flow. And I think this can be used to, I mean, you don't need this for your gameplay, right? And probably gameplay is more important now, but it's a cool effect. It can be used to texture atmosphere-like effects. And if you animate this, it actually looks like atmosphere. You actually see this movement. Maybe there will be a shader toy example here. There's a video. Actually, this is bad. You can do much nicer. Oh yeah, something like that.
Show me all your shader tricks, please. My planets are still missing clouds. That's why I gave them so much atmosphere to compensate. I was wondering how to do that.
When people do clouds, they usually do something entirely different. People usually use ray matching for clouds, but this is, I don't know how to do this. I'm not that deep. This is actually a very simple effect. This is just, you take a noise and you add some small displacement to your position and you sample the noise again, and this is what you get in result. Domain warping, this is the name, and this is Inigo. Is if you're looking for shader tricks, you should probably look at this guy. I think he's the author of Shader Toy. So he runs the website.
After 5 tries, I finally spelled that site's domain correctly.
I think that guy and Shader Toy, I think he's...
CP Chica says,
Just search. Guy who taught internet how to shader.
Uni
Yeah.
says,
Thank you so much.
Inigo is like a... He basically is the founder of this field of shader-based kind of magic. Without Shader Toy, without, the stuff, all of the articles on his domain, like, just look at the list. It's insane. Like, those are all different shader tricks. XOR operators for SDFs. Yeah. You click anything there and you get just a bunch of shader utilities. His contributions to the field are so vast. Yeah. Insane. Yeah. If you do any updates, you can let me know. It's fun to check this out.
I'll keep you posted.
Just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Unsupported directive define. Okay, okay. Not in these silly comments.
Oh, and the particle's moving uses a thing called cellular noise.
I think this could be the same thing as the Voronoi. And this, in the Voronoi, you kind of check the 9 cells around, and for each cell you have a particle that moves, oscillates in some kind of shape within each cell. And then, yeah, for each pixel you only need to check the 9 neighboring cells to find the particle position. Find the closest particle. Yeah, exact. So I think this could be the same thing. Okay, we have a crash. Oh, this is a good crash because it's thrown a lot of errors.
Oh yeah. That's the same thing. Except I use the position directly for the particle, rather than doing some gradients around them.
Hmm. Okay, I will move this shader to Automat now, but I just need to fix all of those errors. You can only see them once I zoom in too closely. 3, 4, 9, yeah. 3, 4, 9. What's this? Why is it complaining? Okay, that should fix it. Yeah, the colorful shadows, the shadows of the atmosphere, they were a really nice effect. But I guess most people don't pay attention. It was very subtle, but this is what makes real shadows different from the just, splat of black color. If I follow, this is the new error. Yeah, we don't have texture size. And we actually don't need it. Missing main function, yeah, that's a big problem. Yeah, it'll be right back. Give me a minute.
I hope I can keep the visual fidelity up. Too often I'm a bit challenged when it comes to art. I want to do big screen size spells and have the mages go full super session, but I struggle with any sort of abstract art usually.
Okay. Back to porting this quirky shader. So we need a main function. The signature should look like that, I guess. What I really need is a shader editor within Automat. Yeah. Just play with Skia shaders. There is no frag chord, there is PX, there is no zoom, there is this. Okay. Something is totally broken here, but let's see. Yeah, it's working in the opposite direction. Let's do 1 minus quantum realm.
What am I looking at?
So You're probably familiar with games that like to waste your time. Games have different reasons for this. Sometimes it's for immersion. Games that try to be very large, they also like to employ some time-wasting mechanisms. So this is a tool for automating games. If a game has a repetitive fragment, you can record a macro, and then you can play it back, and it's going to do. My hands are here. You can record events like things to do, and it's going to repeat them forever, or like however long you want. You have a bunch of objects here to actually control those things, like hotkey. You can have a hotkey on F2, and when I connect this hotkey to this macro that I recorded, it will move my mouse in this funny shape.
This Wii is so swag-dotto.
Yeah, this is basically what I'm doing all the time. I'm mostly working on the UI. It has lots of features, but lots of features, graphical features, very little utility still. From cool things, it can record other windows. So if I fire up some game, I could capture the game window. So this is my text editor. And I can use this captured window to do text recognition. Right now, text recognition is the main thing I can do with recognized windows. So this says waiting for one running steps, blah blah blah. And if I reposition this, I can recognize text in different pieces of the window. And this text can be used in logic of the macro. So this way you can build small devices that can kind of help you play a game. For instance, if you're running low on health, you can check your health level from screen and automatically press a button to drink a health potion or mana potion. And yeah, it's slowly getting smarter. I think next year we will add some more interesting features. And do all sorts of things with mouse. You can do some basic logic. So you have cards that can be used to do, for example, you can compare two numbers. Actually, I need to...
CP Chica says,
Next year, we are starting the Empire.
The plan for next year is to embed a programming language in here, like a proper programming language, like one of the mainstream ones. And I'm leaning towards embedding C++, because there are no good C++ development environments. There are great development environments for just about any language, but C++, whenever you want to use it, you have to go through really hellish setup process. You have to download compiler from, you pick your poison, either Microsoft or some random person who have built LLVM online, and install it, and then figure out how to invoke it from command line. There's just no way for somebody who's new to figure this out. So if within Automat there is an embedded C++ compiler that can compile stuff, like normal stuff that you can just use and it will just work out of the box, and I think that's going to be very nice. I think it could be a really nice
You can
place.
get LLVM directly from LVM Bontier.
Says,
Did you row your own logic to do the quads for the ropes? I scratched my player characters causing fog displacement for now, because I realize I can't have overlapping quads in the ropes I use to draw the displacement vectors. Otherwise I'd get artifacts.
So first, Captain Chica is asking about, not asking, but yeah, pointing out that yes, you can get LLVM from LLVM authors. And you're right, yeah. Maybe it was back in the day, before they started making official packages. Because back then, if you went here, they would just say, if you want to download it, we do not have any official builds, but there are some unofficial builds for Windows. Okay, so this works, but it's still a bad user experience, downloading LLVM as in this way, because you can download it and you can run it, but this is because you already went through 7 levels of hell to learn how Windows console works, how all of this kind of pieces together. If somebody is just like starting to program, somebody doesn't know how to open a terminal, somebody doesn't know how to use, text editor to save files, how to pick up command line flags for the compiler.
CP Chick
The
says,
entry,
I get it from
yeah.
github.org.
The entry barrier is just insane for C++ programming. So I think if there is a CLang embedded in Automat, then yeah, the entry barrier is going to be basically 0. You download a binary, you run it, and within this binary, you will just be able to open a text kind of document and write C++, and this is instantly going to be kind of compiled for you, like like Compiler Explorer, something like Compiler Explorer, but local.
Automat, say main. Oh, main.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I don't know exactly how it's going to work, but I know it has to be very, very intuitive. It doesn't have to require almost any typing, except the code that you are writing. Almost everything should be handled by the defaults. So this is an example program that uses assembly within Automat to make some comparison values. I think I can change this to this. Anyway, it's a distraction. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I cannot read Japanese. Rope physics. Rope physics isn't actually that crazy. It's actually, the algorithm for this is super fast. You just have an array of points of 2D positions, and for each point you keep velocity.
Looks like Fuda to me.
So for each point you maintain position and velocity, and each frame you move all the points in the direction of their velocity, and then you go through the points and you make sure they are not too far away from each other. If they are too far away, you pull them closer together. And that's the basic algorithm. There are some tweaks that can make it run faster or be a little bit more stable. I'm not an expert in solvers of this kind. I'm looking for a library that could possibly do it better.
Arnis.
I'm more wondering about algorithms to get from the points to vertices without overlap. CP Chica Bingo lol dway twi. But you can just call me Spy.
Oh, you mean from a list of points to get some nice mesh to render? Yeah, this is the weak point for me as well. As you can see, a lot of artifacts all the time, especially when the cable is pulled in or out. It's very glitchy. It's not very polished, the cable. It's moving very fast, so you don't see the glitches when you use it, but they are there.
If you do figure it out, let me know. I spent all day today and didn't get it to work well.
The hardest part is that the cable, a realistic cable, is very stiff. So both when you bend the cable, the place where you bent it is kind of maintaining the... Like, this is a cable that was slightly bent and it's still looking like that. So it's maintaining this position. I can bend it the other way and it will... It's going to influence it a little. This effect is hard to achieve. The fact that the cable should maintain it should have shape memory, essentially. This is the hardest part, that very few cables, I know, do. And it also doesn't change the length. So even if you pull the cable, you can straighten it, but it's never going to elongate or shorten. In mathematical curves, they do this all the time. So the length constraint, there are just not many curves, types of curves in mathematics that have the length constraint. Bezier curves, they don't do this. Actually, Bezier curves have their length is just... It's very hard to compute. It's very hard to work with length of Bezier curves. Arcs, lines, they are the main primitives that I think... those are the only ones where length can be easily mathematically expressed. And you can... Yeah, those are the only ones pretty much. Can be used for this kind of animation. So the mechanism which is kicking in when I shorten the cable very quickly is that I'm modeling the cable as just a lot of points, and there is a solver that maintains the distance between those points. So it's creating somewhat realistic kind of cable tangling. It's not quite realistic. Could be better. Yeah.
It's certainly the best I've ever seen.
It's nice to hear. But there is a long way before these cables behave nicely.
And looks very therapeutic to play with.
I would be happier if there were fewer glitches. So those jumps, they're actually intended here. The cable is figuring the optimal path and kind of has to move like that. But the glitches, especially at the, it's called dispenser, this point this point here, at this point here. And this is where most glitches happen. What are we doing here? It's looking decent. Something is wrong here still. Something called eye background. Yeah. This is only sampled in one place.
Can you hide the dispenser further behind the object? Sweep the issues under the rug, so to speak.
This is a nice idea. Yeah. Let me see, do we have anything about cable here? Blah blah blah.
CP Chica says,
Can't you embed ChatGPT in Automat and let it just code itself?
Actually, the TL Draw recently added this feature, so let's move this. So you have this feature of buying Christmas fairies, and those fairies are actually ChatGPT doing stuff on the canvas. We'll leave a note here about this cable thingy.
Hanali says,
That's what I did with the outer rim of my planets where the normals are perfectly flat. That causes some issue-ease artifacts in many places. So I'm just scaling planets to have an extra pixel of radius, then cut it off. Problematic area hidden.
Yeah, I'm not quite happy with having the IK solver and then going through a Bezier curve, before I get the mesh to render. I think the curve representation should have this length constraint baked into it. And actually the sequence of points is fine, it's just it would be nice if it was possible to render it as a smooth path. Anyway, maintaining the length constraint. when I was programming the cable, my reference point was actually laying a piece of string on a table and seeing how it behaves. And for real strings and real cables, the biggest problem when managing those cables is the shape memory. The fact that once they are bent, they are basically very hard to make them straight again. Super hard. And it's hard to bend them so that they are, properly bent. But the idea here was that the cables in Automat should have shape memory. It's just this shape memory should put them at a very nice path. So they are kind of random, but they are, once you connect some two objects, this like a routing algorithm that finds a nice path. It's not, the routing could be improved, by the way. Okay. And this is for another day, though.
Is Automat available online somewhere already?
Yeah, it's on GitHub. What's that? It was very wrong.
Found it!
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's the most recent version, but if you build from sources, you are guaranteed to get the recent one. I'm going to fix the build, like the weekly build soon. Right now I think it's malfunctioning. I am getting a black screen.
I'm more interested in reading the code for now. Name.
I will save this. I want to see if I can just render background normally. Okay, I can. Super weird. If I just inline this, will it work? Hey, what the hell? Is one a problem?
I think I'll call you the skeuomorphism guru from now on. Even Automate's website is fun.
Yeah, all done on stream. Now it's working. Why? Sorry, what? When I return 0, then it's transparent. Okay, this is a big problem. Am I doing something wrong here, maybe? I think I need to take a look at those variables. What do I have in px, for instance? Okay, this is not a GL coordinate system. This is Kia's coordinate system. It starts in the top left. Super annoying.
Am I
Probably.
a Starian now?
Yep. It works. We'll get rid of this red color. Should have removed this. The only thing I'm trying to do is to hook up this nice entering effect to the existing shader. Yeah, but it seems like okay, there is something here. Seems to work. Such a strange bug. Maybe. So now I'm basically taking the red channel and duplicating it everywhere. It works here. Why is background black? I think I know. I think background is transparent black. Okay, I will change the way this all works. I can only test this here, apparently. It should return 4 vector. It should also return 4 vector. And this as well. Oh, now it's starting to look nice. I think I should remove the time from the formula so you don't render it at such high refresh rate. And there are those positions here. So I probably haven't seen this in Shader Toy because it was animating very fast, but it's an issue with this. Okay. First thing to fix are those rectangular artifacts. They are coming from the Voronoi function, unfortunately. I think fix them by doing this. -2, -2, 2. So instead of searching 3 by 3 grid, I'm searching 5 by 5. It's a lot more work. And we still have those artifacts. Still. There are still artifacts here. Maybe I will disable the FBM completely. We have circles now. Things are breaking into circles. So the moment I add FBM, I guess if I just change this to 2, that should fix it. You have this glitch. Maybe FBM is broken. Maybe let's try noise. Minus noise? Something very strange happened. He got Swiss cheese.
Yoko the goat.
Yeah. She's one of my favorite composers. She's one of the few ones which is not afraid to experiment with new things. So n, this is an integer. This is the grid cell. This is the position within the grid cell. Our pixel. G. Okay. We never really use G alone. We always use n plus G. So maybe change this to n plus this. Wherever I have G, wait a moment. R. I'm taking this back. I think noise, this noise, yeah, I'm adding R, so I'm adding G twice. This is certainly wrong. Even more artifacts. I think you have to think instead of writing random math. We'll keep a version that just works for comparison. There is a kind of difference, like a distance. It's a distance. From point P to the grid cell. In that position. And this will crash, so I see no issues here. This is working really smooth. Maybe I can output this Voronoi. This should give me basically the map of the cells. Red is increasing here, green is increasing here. It's not reaching 1. In this color 0.66. Okay, this is because we have negative values. This is not changing much. Okay, now we have a nice UV grid which is quantized using Voronoi displacement. Those rectangular artifacts should not be here. I could just use circles. Circles could work. But it was, I think, nicer when the shapes were fancier. Let's use n plus g SF. We'll bring back this time, and maybe this time was actually helping. I don't think it actually affects anything right now. Grab this Voronoi. Basically put it again here. I want to see what's wrong with this. Maybe this noise function is broken? That could explain some things. It is broken. Wow. Check just the noise function.
Ah, that's not good. Back to lurking.
Something went wrong here. Smooth noise. Or noise function from here. This is a slightly different one, so maybe let's use this one. I thought there was no difference between them. This one also has issues. It's literally the same function. So the blue channel should contain a smooth noise. Smooth blobs of color. I'm just taking the current coordinate and passing this to noise function. Remove this. It is mostly flat, but it has sections where it's suddenly not. So I've shifted the center to so that the origin is in the very center of the screen, and we should see a lot of smooth noise with a period of 10 pixels. So, yeah, it's broken. It's totally broken. Okay, this grid looks nice. We will not see much here. Okay, and there is something strange happening here. There is a jump near the 0 position. hash tool seems to work fine, but noise isn't. Yeah, X and Y should work nicely. Not going to show me anything. I guess this is already going to have issues. Yeah, it has issues. Maybe use the IVEC type. Hey, this is working better now. There was one discontinuity and it was going vertically through the screen. So switching to integers helped. Yeah, and now it's super clean. I didn't expect an issue to happen this deep. I mean, so close to the foundations. The noise function was broken. That's scary. I guess this is our noise. It's ugly as hell, but works. Actually, I thought it should look nicer, but maybe not. I guess this makes it smoother. It doesn't have... It makes the derivative continuous, I think. Okay, get rid of this mess. Yeah, the for noise should now just work. It has funny shapes, but I don't see any artifacts here. Those are all reasonable shapes still. Maybe lower the influence of noise. This is interesting, this sign. Are we even setting eye time? We are, yeah. Anyway, I want to get rid of this, because it shouldn't move. There is a problem because we have at 0, there is a cell apparently. Okay, this is looking nice. We are zooming in and we are kind of... This macro recorder is flying, should at least fly around apart. Like that. So this should make the gridsy smaller. Yeah, it's going to make it slightly large. Behind this macro recorder there is another thingy there. Okay, I guess I can add the shadows now. They were actually fine, completely fine.
Rishapalanin says,
Hey,
Hey,
how is it going?
slowly, but stuff is moving forward. So many weird glitches happening in this shader. If I get rid of this macro recorder and I just try to zoom in on the paper area, it starts to break apart. And that's actually okay. The shadows should be black around those pieces. It shouldn't disperse into a cloud. Should be no central object. That is wrong. I mean, no cloud in the center.
Can you review my portfolio?
Hey. No. I know this trick We've seen this on Twitch so many times. I guess this is portfolio with streaming assets for small streamers. Square, scale. Instead of adding 1, adding half should help. It didn't. It's this. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah. Now we can kind of fly into the blackness. Okay. There is the issue with dark shadows. Maybe that one should be fixed next. Nice. There is also the problem of blackness. I think this blackness will start at zoom level 1. I don't know why it's kicking in. So when this is 1, zoom is 0. Okay. wonder where this pattern comes from. Oh, I guess I was using this Voronoi for something. It was this quantum foam. Yeah. This function, probably using Voronoi still. Well, this is interesting. Stories in VEC3. This effect is not visible now. I'll bring it back. I think I know what this foam was about. Yeah, this should probably be 1 minus VZ. I don't see it. I change this to 1. Okay, we see those colors. That's good. They are either blue or red. And the color is chosen based on the cell. That's good. But this foam is important. And reduce the size of this. Well, maybe it's going to look nice already. We should reduce the size actually. Slightly smaller. What happened suddenly? Oh. That was interesting bug. Yeah, just come first. Ah. Okay, that explains some interesting effects. Yeah, now it's much better behaved. Okay, small warning about YouTube. YouTube chat just went down. It happens every stream basically. After a couple of hours. There were more effects here. There was this effect with there is this infinite zoom, which is currently disabled. And there was is present at small scales. Nonsense. It's string vibration, I think. Yeah. This wave here in the center, it should have much more periods in there. This is totally broken. Okay, this. Multiplied by 100, see more waves. Yep. I'm going to inline this because there is no point having this here. This this is just nonsense. This is just... It was written originally by, I think, Claude. This is mostly AI written code that we are cleaning up. Want to see if this still compiles, because I changed code quite a bit. It still compiles. He is our kind of position in the world. Should probably divide this. UV center. In the center of the screen. All waves are gone. It's fine, don't worry. Probably this probability is too small.
Ludwig. Learn through us.
LMS writing graphics code is basically Plato's allegory of the cave, in reverse. It's trying to reason about things it can never perceive.
Yeah. It's trying to be creative in a very interesting way, because it's writing some inspired quotes like momentum waves become clearer as position blurs. There was also something about position uncertainty decreases as velocity increases. Totally nonsense. It was like... It got into this artistic mood. AI can have moods. Yeah, it's like... I guess this is why it's called vibe coding. Because the AI needs some kind of vibes to create the right type of art. I removed this probability, it's still basically invisible. I will remove this. Okay, remove the probability from here altogether. Okay, waves are back. The time is broken somehow, I don't know why. Time variable is not working. Okay, so the main thing I wanted, I will increase the frequency, was that as I'm zooming in, I want those waves to emanate outwards. They should accelerate the closer I'm in. They shouldn't be just attached to the background, they should move faster. To get lost in this code. I think p is actually a small value. I should probably add something like x from this. Be minus. Okay, this is a nice effect, but there are too many effects happening at once. Or maybe I can delay it. So broken. It's using smooth step wrong all the time. So initially we have noise, this noise, and I want to have those particles maybe, but the bullseye, say, concentric waves. These should start appearing when we are way closer. I need to maybe add 1 0 here. Even early, 6.5. Even early, 6.3. I think it should fade earlier. I'm thinking maybe instead of length P, I have dot P. Oh yeah, this is a much nicer effect. Non-linear. Sweet. Very happy with this kind of fisheye-like wave. I would honestly add time here. Is timey? Maybe log. What am I writing here? Hey, time is working. And what was the thing? I just had to create a variable for it? So strange. And depending on where I zoom in, the floating point accuracy differs. So the pixels have slightly different shape. Here they are horizontal. Because vertically we have higher accuracy than horizontally. So near the center I should be able to zoom the most. Here I can do crazy stuff. This shader is looking kind of cool. I'm starting to like it. Time to add time. That sounded nice. Yeah, like that. I think I should accelerate it. We'll see. Min minus, and maybe times 2. Okay. I think the other issues... Okay, we managed to do this twice. To do this properly. So it's not exactly the effect I was going for, because it looks like the paper is burning. Yeah, but I don't know how to push away the Voronoi kind of apart without shrinking the island size. There are a couple more effects that we should probably work on here. There is this particle... I really like this particle style. It's cool. Kind of cool. But it's... The cycle is slow. It's not doing much. And there are issues in the C++ code that need to be fixed before this effect looks cool. I think next stream we'll probably work on that. We'll probably try to fix this double rendering issue. Yeah, there is this... Just bring back all of the effects. Yeah, that's the plan. It's kind of cool when I click the middle mouse button, when it unzooms. It goes through all of the stages and we arrive back here. Yeah, if I used doubles for position, that would make it possible to zoom even further, like a lot further. Okay, I guess that's it for today. Monday we will be making this look even nicer. So, see you then. Bye bye.
Thank you for the stream.